This match was supposed to start 2 hours ago, but this was the scene for the better part of those last 2 hours. Rainfall, lots of it, trying to make sure that the field drains. A significant Wolves. USL League One standings brought to you by Paya, North Carolina FC, top of the table. 16 points in the table. Charlotte Independence behind them at 3-2-4 on the season. These two teams tonight. One Knoxville sits 9th, Chattanooga at 10th, 1 point back. And there's a look at your USL League One standings. One Knoxville. It has been a struggle for both of these sides to score goals. Jake Keegan has almost exclusively been the attacking threat, the lone attacking threat for one Knoxville. He has 3 goals on the season. Second all-time in the history of USL League One. He converted a penalty in a 2-1 loss over the weekend at home to Northern Colorado. Jake Keegan trying to finally jumpstart a one Knoxville side that has really fought it, creating chances, and of course, scoring goals. For Chattanooga Red Wolves, coming on as a substitute tonight, Rapapa Mensah. Chattanooga has had similar problems to one Knoxville trying to get on the board. Mensah broke through just 2 weeks back as part of a massive comeback against Lexington. This effort play, collecting the mistake from the keeper and depositing it into the back of the net. Hardy folks here tonight for a late night start in Knoxville. It's been rainy, but football will be had. One Knoxville, Chattanooga Red Wolves on this Tuesday night, Week 10 of USL League One on ESPN+.
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love? Ready for more players and more teams? Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities? This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Both sides coming out on the field here at Regal Soccer Stadium in Knoxville. Ken Levico with you. USL League One on ESPN+. It has been raining, but finally some clearance with this weather. This is Smoky Mountain Smackdown Part 2 back on April 8th. It was one Knoxville courtesy of Ilya Illich striking first, but back-to-back unanswered goals for the Chattanooga Red Wolves, and they picked up a 2-1 home victory. Goals courtesy of Paoli and Varela, and that was enough for the 3 points for Chattanooga. But since then, only 3 more goals on the season for Chattanooga, and both these teams in desperate need of an attack and of a victory. One Knoxville going with A 4-4-1-1 under head coach Mark McKeever. Jake Keegan to the top of the formation. Callum Johnson, the only change to the 11 that saw the pitch in the loss to Northern Colorado on Saturday. Jimmy Villalobos in the midfield, former Chattanooga Red Wolves man. He does have a goal this season, 7 in his USL League One career. Vowinkle, who was in the 11 against Northern Colorado, available as a substitute for Mark McKeever. And the starting 11 brought to you by UT Medical Center continues with the visitors, Chattanooga Red Wolves, Ziggy Korytowski, Tahara at the top of the formation with Jerez, who has really started to come on goalkeeping-wise. And there's Nico Cardona, 15 tackles on the year, leads the team, and he anchors Chattanooga's back four. There is the whistle from our referee, Donovan Eubank, and the Smoky Mountain Smackdown Round 2 underway, 2 hours late, but it is underway nonetheless. One Knoxville, Chattanooga Red Wolves, and a Tennessee Tangle on this Tuesday night. Week 10 is underway in USL League One. Ken LaVicka with you. Regal Soccer Stadium, capacity 3,000. Typically, those burns you see at the top of your screen are full of One Knoxville fans, but this has become a very late night start. This was originally scheduled for 7 o'clock Eastern time, but a string of severe weather that was forecasted started to come through right around 5 o'clock Eastern time. There was an initial weather delay, and then both teams came out to begin their early warm-ups. Then another line of extremely strong storms started to head in around 6:30, and it really was at its apex at around 7:15, 7:30 Eastern time. I had to have maintenance crews come out on the field. This is a well-constructed field that is perfectly capable of some significant drainage, but even grounds crew needed to come out and help the process. That did, however, with a break in the weather, allow us to get things underway here just after 9 o'clock Eastern time. So good that you're with us. A bit late, but football has arrived here on ESPN+. One Knoxville comes in 2 victories, 3 defeats, and 2 draws as they look to attack here early to the middle, and an immediate goal in the 2nd minute. It's the breakthrough. Callum Johnson has won Knoxville on top far and away. Its earliest goal of the season. What an electric start. Better late than never. Didn't even give us time to set the proper scene about these being 2 of the 3 lowest goal-scoring teams in USL League One. And perhaps we have a shootout brewing. Callum Johnson, the Englishman, off of a beautiful cross from Waldeck. Who else? And it's 1-0 to the home side. That for One Knoxville, the 7th goal of the season. And it comes on their 91st shot of the year. And now Chattanooga looking for a response. Here comes the cross, back post! Completely unmarked Malongo, and he couldn't get a good head on it. That had 1-1 written all over it, and he is frustrated with himself, rightfully so. This was a beautiful ball from Varea. And my goodness, there is nobody defending Malongo. All he had to do with a little pace off his head was put it on target. That was almost a short-lived lead for One Knoxville. So One Knoxville, second to worst in conversion rate in USL League One. And on their first attempt of the night, they catch Chattanooga off balance defensively. One Knoxville came into this evening the third worst scoring team in the league. Chattanooga is the second worst scoring team in USL League One. Now 7 goals for one Knoxville on the year. Chattanooga's only managed 5, and they have yet to score away from the confines of CHI Memorial Stadium. This is popped high up in the air by Sean Lewis. Chattanooga trying to gather itself after the disaster start. On the move, Lombardi. Out of the feet of Walefi, the veteran midfielder. 4-2-3-1 tonight for Ziggy Korytowski. In his first year as the head man of Chattanooga Red Wolves. 2 victories, 3 defeats, and a draw. 1 point back of one Knoxville in the USL League One table. James Thomas, the right back tonight for Mark McKeever. Short turnaround for one Knoxville after the 2-1 home loss Saturday to Northern Colorado. Back at it on a Tuesday. Johnson, the goal scorer, battling at the edge of the area. Chattanooga able to win it back. Select is the official match ball supplier of the USL League One and many elite leagues throughout Europe. Visit www.us.select-sport.com for the latest Select product specials and more. Select, the player's choice. First foul of the match, and it's given to one Knoxville. One Knoxville, part of the frustration for Mark McKeever, who continually says, we're close, we're close, we're close, we're planting goals in training. It just has not translated to match action. A lot of young guys that he's trying to make sure learn the system, gain confidence, work out some of the kinks here along the way. Still in the very, very early infancy of this 2023 campaign. But part of the frustration for one Knoxville is not just the lack of the goal scoring and the amount of shots without putting anything on target. It's that one Knoxville has also done all of this while controlling possession, winning the possession battle every single match of the USL League One campaign, and only has an 8% conversion rate to show for it. But perhaps the tide turns tonight for the better for one Knoxville. Callum Johnson, the 2nd-minute goal off of the assist from Derek Waldeck. He leads USL League One in crosses delivered with 56, and the 56th ends up being a goal delivered to Callum Johnson. Chattanooga looking to equalize here early on. Pull one back. Lombardi, his cross blocked away. He retrieves, keeps it in play, and sizes up another opportunity to delivery. Here it comes. Headed down in the middle. Still some work to do, and it's finally taken care of by Jessen van der Ploem. Van der Ploem had a goal in a road victory 2.5 weeks ago over Fuego. A foot race for this ball. Keegan punches it up into the air, but it took a deflection off a Chattanooga defender, and it's going to be a corner for one Knoxville. I mentioned that match against Fuego. That was April 30th. And one Knoxville had a man advantage from the 9th minute of that match into added time, and that's when van der Ploem scored off of a scramble in the box. Here's the corner. This is dangerous, but it's headed away at the back post. Defended well by Chattanooga. Now a battle for it. Walefi comes up to play it. That is knocked out of play, and it'll be a Chattanooga throw-in. The University Orthopedic Surgeon's injury report: Illich and Ross remain out for one Knoxville. Enriquez, Paez, and Paoli unable to go for Chattanooga. Paoli was a goal scorer in the first meeting between these sides. This is a derby match. Smoky Mountain Smackdown. It's got a nice ring to it, if I may say so myself. About 90, 95 minutes without traffic separates Knoxville and Chattanooga. Chattanooga traveled here to Knoxville yesterday via bus, but their arrival was delayed about 35, 40 minutes because of some traffic issues on I-75. They got in nonetheless. They trained in Chattanooga yesterday around 10 a.m. Eastern time before packing up the bus and heading to Knoxville. This University of Tennessee campus right on the banks of the Tennessee River. Falling to the turf in a heap is Danny Fernandez, the left back tonight for one Knoxville. This is a blast put on target and then deflected out of play. Waldeck from a hugely difficult angle forces Jerez into having to put his hands up and keep it out of the back of the net. That was absolutely headed towards the back of the goal. Jerez did well to tuck himself up against the post, but that had a ton of heat on it from the left foot of Derek Waldeck, who is wildly dangerous here early, already has an assist. And here's the corner, sent in short to Waldeck. Punches it back, sent into the middle of the area, headed just wide. Another opportunity. Just a bit off the mark from Jalen Chrysler, the former Richmond kicker. But man, one Knoxville looks sharp and aggressive here early. And here's a bad giveaway. Waldeck is on it, not the man you wanted to turn it over to. His cross, though, is blasted away for a one Knoxville throw-in. Well, when you have situations like this one here tonight, where you start a match over 2 hours late, and officially we started 2 hours and 10 minutes after the scheduled kickoff time, as a head coach, you always wonder, what has that done to your team? Can they remain focused? Are they going to come out flat? The answer has been one Knoxville extremely focused, Chattanooga flat. And the score line and the way that play has so far early on appeared, you've got your answer. Chattanooga is flat. One Knoxville is locked in. But still a lot of time to pull it back for Chattanooga, but one Knoxville very much on the front foot right now. It's played to the middle of the area by Thomas, headed away. And this will be sent skyward. That went off the back of Alex Tejera. Unforced error leads to another throw in along the touchline for one Knoxville. As you can see, there really isn't any water of note on this Regal Soccer Stadium pitch. Nothing that the cleats or the ball is kicking up. Again, this field drains extremely well. This is the home of the University of Tennessee women's soccer program. It's one of the best pitches in all of USL League One in year number 1 of one Knoxville in this league. and its durability being put on full display here tonight. Here's Angelo Kelly, nice move around a few defenders, but that's played away by Walefi. Throw into one Knoxville. Just swarming the ball, creating all sorts of issues for Chattanooga. One Knoxville has had an impossible time putting shots on target here in 2023. Already 2 here tonight, one of them in the back of the net. Kelly, that's going to find its way across the pitch to Thomas. Sends it back post. Oh, nifty touch. Keegan was on it for a moment. Waldeck somehow picked him out. And Chattanooga able to fight that off and earn a throw in. Waldeck with some nifty one-touch footwork. Keegan couldn't control in traffic. Chasing it down is Danny Fernandez. And he blasts it across the touchline, and Chattanooga goes to work in the attacking half. Both teams 2 victories on the season, and Callum Johnson is called for the foul. Johnson's 2nd-minute goal is the difference here in a match delayed over 2 hours by severe thunderstorms, lightning, copious amounts of rain. Yes, a wet field, but not slick. Haven't seen anybody struggle with their footing here on this surface, this natural surface in Knoxville. Ferreira and Marsh stand over it. Ferreira gives it to Marsh, and he'll left foot it about 30 yards outside of the goal of Sean Lewis, and it has to be played all the way back on Ricardo Jerez. Jerez, a native of Guatemala, captain of the CONCACAF Nations League, Guatemala side. Signed with Chattanooga back in January. Here's Keegan, 3 goals on the year. He's played off the ball and earns his side a corner. So a set piece opportunity on the way. 4-1 Knoxville, up 1-0. Jake Keegan, one of 6 players with 3 goals on the season in USL League One. That's tied for 3rd in the league. James Thomas to deliver the in-swinger, hand in the air, now he approaches. This is punched down, it was rolling around for a moment. Cleared away, but one Knoxville threatening. This is lofted up and over the crossbar. Jerez took a glance at it and then knew almost immediately it was sailing. Danny Fernandez, the Spaniard. Aaron Lombardi. Rosario, Argentina, where he resides, left back for Chattanooga with the throw-in. But one Knoxville is on absolutely everything. An inspired start for Mark McKeever's bunch. This is as good a start to a match as one Knoxville has had all season long. It is bright, it is ambitious, it is aggressive. It's already been fruitful. Chattanooga struggling to find its way in this one through nearly 20 minutes. And an attacking third throw-in just to reinforce that point. Thomas awaits his reinforcements. That's shouldered back on to Thomas. And a corner. Man. One Knoxville is just putting layers upon layers of pressure on Chattanooga, and it's actually going to be a throw-in right near that corner flag. Keegan went to ground. The referee says play on, and a counter opportunity for Chattanooga that's played into space. On the chase, Ferreira. Ferreira, right foot, blocked down. Corner coming for Chattanooga. Ferreira is frustrated, but he made a nice run to give Chattanooga this opportunity. Walter Ferreira. Him and headman Ziggy Korytowski go a long ways back. When Korytowski was the headman at Albion San Diego in Nisa, Ferreira was there with him as a player. Here's the left-footed in-swinger, nobody home. Opportunity wasted. Goal kick upcoming for Sean Lewis, the one Knoxville goalkeeper. Chattanooga not only having trouble scoring goals, 5 of them. They've only unleashed now 60 shots on the year. That is at the bottom of USL League One. Chattanooga Red Wolves shut out 4 times in the last 6 matches, including a very frustrating 2-0 defeat at home to Tormenta back on May 5th. That was after a second half 3-goal explosion against Lexington just days prior. That was a come-from-behind victory. Chattanooga went down 1-0 and then immediately bounced back ×3. Quick restart here for one Knoxville, trying to catch Chattanooga off balance. This will be played back on to Lewis. Jerez will blast this away with a left foot, almost goes the length of the pitch. A small but hearty group of one Knoxville fans stuck around through the 2-hour and 10-minute weather delay. You can hear them. Waldeck. Waldeck picked up assist number 2 on the season in the 2nd minute on the Callum Johnson goal. Here's James Thomas. Just outside the area, a little give and go. Thomas, though, heavy touch. And there was a Chattanooga leg in there as well. Stutter step. That was a strong defensive play, though, by Angelo Kelly to win it back for one Knoxville. Chattanooga just cannot win these 1v1 battles. At least not in the opening 24, nearly 25 minutes. Thomas navigates that near touchline, sprays it out nearly across the pitch to Waldeck. Here's a shot from distance, and that was never going to connect. Saw Keegan collected. Keegan decided why not.
One Knoxville corner kick.
And it took a deflection, and it's going to be a corner. So it did. The reason that was as errant as it was is it did take a touch off of a Chattanooga defender, and so here's Derek Waldeck for a left-footed in-swinger. He ropes this into the area, 6-yard box headed away. The chase is on. One Knoxville wins that chase. Villalobos has that roll across the touchline. This is served back into the area, chested down. Thomas headed on to Jerez. Doesn't have to make a huge effort there, just ensured that the short hop was into his chest. Job done. Third shot on target tonight for one Knoxville. So far through 26 minutes, this has been the most overwhelmingly impressive attacking start to a match of the season for one Knoxville. It is crisp. It is coming in waves. There's no foot being let off the gas. That pass never got to Keegan. Chattanooga on the run. Broken up and then won back eventually by one Knoxville. What's new? They have been absolutely superb at dominating possession. But again, this has been a bit of their MO this season. A lot of possession, very few opportunities, and very few goals. Except it's been a lot of possession, a lot of opportunities, and a goal here tonight. Stutter step, fed to the top of the area. It was a bit behind Keegan. Callum Johnson had fallen to the ground in the area, appealing for a foul. No whistle. And now into the middle. That is cleared away. The referee says, yes, there was contact. No, there was no foul. Jordan Skelton did well. And is this going to be, well, there's a discussion here between Malongo, or make that Marsh, and the referee. There you see the Skelton defensive play. And it looked like Donovan Eubank was telling Siobhan Marsh, there's your warning. I felt you brought yourself to the ground. Well, Luffy is on the ball for Chattanooga. Angelo Kelly a bit too physical. Asking the referee, what did I do wrong? But Donovan Eubank says, a bit too physical with the body. On the turn, strong move. Malongo had the edge, feeds it across. And it's blasted out of the area. That was a bit precarious for one Knoxville. James Thomas able to win that away. And now it's a foot race. Look out here. Keegan's taken down from behind. This is almost assuredly going to be a yellow. Mikhail Williams. And there is the card. Keegan was winning the foot race, and Williams, out of desperation along the touchline, pulled him down. And because of where it was on the pitch, there was support coming from the middle. That seemed a bit needless for Williams to try and grab an advantage by grabbing the collar of the shirt. Williams didn't have to earn himself that obvious yellow card. Derek Waldeck lines up this free kick. He is generally the free kick taker no matter where it comes on the pitch for Mark McKeever's side. Waldeck, his last stop, Greenville Triumph. He has really taken the reins of the only consistent generator of chances with this one Knoxville side. Keegan scored the goals. It's Waldeck, the man who's delivering crosses more so than anybody in USL League One. Now he stands over this. A left foot delivery pending. 1-0 Knoxville. Half-hour mark here in the rain-soaked Tennessee Capitol. Capital of college athletics in this state. A whistle, trying to sort out the traffic here up at the edge of the area. Mentioned the capital of college athletics here in Tennessee, Neyland Stadium. Nearly 100,000 seat football stadium. This whipped in, headed up into the air, headed down to the ground. Now a blast from distance. It carried on to the right foot of James Thomas. Put it just wide as he tried to sidewind it. Had Ricardo Hedges his goal. Man, oh man, that was a fantastic opportunity. Don't miss a minute of the action in 2023 on ESPN Plus. Whether your club's on the road or at home, catch nearly every second of USL League One action on ESPN Plus, home to the USL, La Liga, the Bundesliga, UFC, and more. Sign up today at plus.espn.com. Chattanooga trying to continue to sort itself out. And there's been a whole lot of blue shirts on the ball. And here's one Knoxville on possession again. Kelly. Now Thomas. Thomas got onto his left foot. Oh, beautiful ball to Kelly. Kelly fed it to the edge of the 6-yard box. And it is punched away with the right foot. One Knoxville is going to throw it in. This has been very lopsided from a possession perspective. James Thomas was with this side last year at its inception, USL League Two. Oh, that's well done. Malongo, he's been active here tonight. Varela let that get through him. He has to track it down, but that impedes the progress of any danger on the counter, and one Knoxville is able to sweep it away. And these are the things that have plagued Chattanooga, not only tonight, but all season long when it comes to consistency on the attack. Lombardi. Tackled away by Thomas. Lombardi pops up and he'll handle throw-in duties. James Thomas, diminutive at 5'8", but a bulldog defensively. Speaking of, he comes out of there with the possession and he gives it off to Skelton. Trying to make his way to the midfield. Instead, it's spread to the outside, onto the feet of Keegan. Now Angelo Kelly. Vanderploum. Thomas touches it right back to the midfield. An in-control performance to this point for one Knoxville. And it's easier to do so when you had an immediate 1-0 advantage thanks to the second-minute tally for Callum Johnson. This stayed in play initially, but Waldeck backheeled it against the corner flag for a goal kick. This is the 4th appearance of the season for Ricardo Jerez, the Chattanooga goalkeeper. Again, if you're just joining us, this was slated for a 7 o'clock start tonight, but it became fairly clear right around 6:30 that was not going to happen. And there was question about whether or not this match was actually going to take place tonight. Eventually got things underway at 9:10, 2 hours and 10 minutes after the listed kickoff time. And Malongo really moving. Malongo dump trucking his way through traffic. Oh, it's loose in front of goal. And did we see the equalizer? It's an offside. Oh, my goodness. Chattanooga nearly had the equalizer after Mael Malongo made the run of a lifetime. Varela did pop it into the back of the net, but he was offside. There you see Malongo just shedding Vanderploum. It took a deflection. He had hit Tejera, but went right at Lewis, who stuffed him point blank, and then Varela was offside. Oh, that is so frustrating for Chattanooga. A glorious opportunity, and to be quite honest, Mael Malongo deserves an awful lot better. That was one sensational piece of work. Incredible effort for Mael Malongo. And it doesn't result in a much-needed goal. But Malongo's been a problem tonight for One Knoxville. In the first half where One Knoxville has done a lot right, Malongo has shown signs of starting to break down that back line with his speed and his size on a couple of occasions here in this opening half. Starting to get to the later stages of this opening 45. Callum Johnson's second-minute goal is the difference. There's Waldeck. Now James Thomas. Thomas, bracketed by 3 defenders, played it into the box. A turn, a shot. Jerez had to punch it away. And we're going to have a point to the spot handball called against Chattanooga, and a yellow as well. Oh, Chattanooga is unhappy. Nico Cardona. The referee, Donovan Eubank, says Cardona had the arm extended. It's a handball. And Knoxville, for the second straight match, will go to the spot courtesy of a handball. And there you saw the left arm of Cardona was certainly extended away from his body. And Donovan Eubank thought that it was so egregious that he was shown a card. A chance for a glory start for Chattanooga's Walefi pleads the case of his teammate Nico Cardona. It's not going to matter. A devastating start for Chattanooga Red Wolves here in the opening half. It'll be Keegan to take it for One Knoxville. Looking for goal number 4 on the season.
The referee has indicated a penalty kick.
Keegan, who converted on Saturday off a handball against Northern Colorado's 67th minute in a 2-1 loss to the Hailstorm, now has a chance to do it again in minute number 40 here at home against Chattanooga. Don't think that there's much debate about that call from Donovan Eubank. On the replay, that arm is clearly extended, shoulder level by Nico Cardona. Bad luck, rightful penalty. Keegan approaches, and it leaks through Jerez for the second goal of the night. One Knoxville, a glorious start to a rain-delayed evening. It is 2-0 to the home side. Oh, Hedges had a beat on it but couldn't keep it out. He looks back in disbelief, slaps the turf in anger. That was saved. It hit him in the hip and snuck through. Much to his dismay, he is hot. Jake Keegan, 4 goals on the campaign, and one Knoxville is rolling. Mark McKeever is going to ask for some of these 9 o'clock Eastern time home starts more often if this continues. This has been a fairly lopsided performance in favor of one Knoxville. Stoppage. There's a ball close in play, and also the referee directed the throw in to come a couple of feet back. Not rolled out of play. One Knoxville is in the midst of its best first half of the season, and it's not even close. And what a confidence boost this would be with a trip to Greenville on the way. But one Knoxville into tonight, and this is match number 8. Only 6 goals on the year coming into this evening, and they've already put 2 on the board, and we haven't hit halftime yet. Two yellows have been shown to Chattanooga, one to Mikhail Williams, the other to Nico Cardona on the handball in the box. Really good effort by Callum Johnson to get himself in a position to deliver that low cross. It's handled well by Chattanooga. Chattanooga has a lot of work to do. Can they pull one back in the final few minutes of this opening half? To the outside, one-touch cross. Nobody home, the chase is on. And conceding a throw-in is one Knoxville. Chattanooga back on the ball. It looked like it could have found Tahara on a nifty pass between 3 defenders. Tahara, though, wasn't looking for it, and it's blasted back into the one Knoxville defensive half. Lombardi squirts this up the touchline, forces Skelton to blast it across for a throw-in. Lombardi stands over it. Now it's into the middle. And that's well into the pine trees above the goal. Berea, who might have hit the train that you hear in the background that is currently traveling behind those palm trees. A shot on train for Walter Berea. As he wound up, sent that into the evening. And that ball now a part of the extensive state of Tennessee railroad system. Look at this run, and a card is coming. That is a rightful card. That was a great run by Siobhan Marsh. That's Jalen Chrysler. That is the first one Knoxville card shown tonight. One Knoxville, the third most fouls conceded in USL League One coming into this week 10. And they have the most yellows per match as well, most bookings per match. So that trend continues. They have been at times undisciplined this year. We're gonna have 2 minutes of stoppage time. Can Chattanooga find a silver lining out of this half? This will be an opportune time to make that discovery. Malongo. One of two Red Wolves standing over this ball. Here's the shot, and again, it's Pine Tree bound. Nothing coming easy for Chattanooga. And that may have been the visitors' last remaining opportunity before halftime. Lewis's goal kick somehow finds its way without a touch across the touch line, and a throw-in. Played down by Waldeck. Keegan with seconds remaining in this half. And it's attacking third throw-in for one Knoxville. So perhaps a late threat here in a half that's been dominated by one Knoxville. Keegan back onto Waldeck. Kelly. And that's likely going to do it for the opening half. As this is sent back towards Jerez. Placed it on a hop. And there is the end of the first half. One Knoxville with its finest 45 minutes of football all season long. The scoreline deserved. The goal for Callum Johnson in the second minute. Jake Keegan adds a 40th minute penalty on a handball. And after one half of play here at Regal Soccer Stadium, it's 1 Knoxville 2, Chattanooga Red Wolves 0. We started over 2 hours late. Better late than never for one Knoxville. They were rearing to go, and they have come out on fire. 2-0, 1 Knoxville over Chattanooga. Halftime on the way. It's USL League One on ESPN+.
We all have goals.
But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love? Ready for more players and more teams. Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities. This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Through 45 minutes of action, let's go to Saturday, Week 9, USL League One, and we begin with Greenville and Richmond kickers, and what a start for Greenville as Lucas Coutinho in the 3rd minute gets the home side on the right track. Then later in the first half, 27th minute, Brandon Fricky able to punch it home after it was rolling around unaccounted for in the 6-yard box, but Richmond would put up a fight. Nathan One, 59th minute on that ball, played back off his right foot into the back of the net, and suddenly Richmond kickers were within a goal, and it came as super sub Luke Pavone would find the equalizer. 82nd minute, that cross is deflected through the keeper, through the legs of the defender at the back post, and it bounces fortuitously onto the right foot of Pavone. 2-2 the final. Richmond gets a road point. And North Carolina FC, they have run roughshod over USL League One in the early part of the season, but look at that blast from 40 yards out. Isidro Martinez. He puts a ton behind that. That is one of the early goals of the year in USL League One. Forward Madison would also get some outstanding goalkeeping from Bird Shipman. Anderson is denied. Point blank 1v1 stop. Shipman with the quick reflexes, using his right hand to punch it over the bar. It remained 1-0 to the Mingos. Then in the 68th minute, 2-0 to the Mingos. That header from Mitch Osmond falling away from goal beats the keeper. And that was the final score, 2-0 Forward Madison, 3 impressive road points. And right here in Knoxville on Saturday, Northern Colorado making the long trip in, and a goal in the 53rd minute right out of halftime. Trevor Amon, who is on the Team of the Week in USL League One, he comes up with the goal. And then just 5 minutes later, a breakdown defensively, miscommunication. In fact, one Knoxville defenders thought that play was stopped. Northern Colorado, they kept playing, and Billy King with the tap-in goal, and it was 2-0 just like that in a 5-minute span. One Knoxville would pull one back, though. This Waldeck cross, headed by Jay Keegan, handball called. The arm was extended. Quick point to the spot. Keegan is able to connect his 3rd goal of the season, but that's all that one Knoxville would be able to muster offensively. Northern Colorado hangs on for the road victory, 2-1. One Knoxville scoring woes continue. And in the final match of the night, this one was dramatic. Lexington, they were able to get in the 78th minute a Khalid Balogun goal, and the host side celebrates. They have the advantage, looking to hang on. But look at Charlotte fighting till the very end. Contact in the box and a point to the spot from the referee in added time. So surely Lexington gives away a glorious victory opportunity, but the answer is no. Amal Knight finishes off the clean sheet, his 6th save, and it comes right at the death. And the party was on as Lexington's able to take down Charlotte Independence 1-0. Back after this, it's USL League One on ESPN+.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love? Ready for more players and more teams. Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities. This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love. Ready for more players and more teams. Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities. This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
We welcome you back to Knoxville at halftime. USL League One news and notes. It's a new partnership with 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. If you need support, the USL is driven to supporting mental health. Visit uslsoccer.com/need-support. Announced today, the USL Super League. New Pro Women's Soccer League. It's going to get going August 2024. Find out everything about it. USLSuperLeague.com for more info. The player of the week in USL League One, Lexington's Amal Knight. First ever clean sheet, 6 saves, 1 a penalty stoppage in extra time, and he headlines the Week 9 Team of the Week. Ane Cornwell, as well as Mohamed Osman, Coutinho, Gebhardt, Ibarra, Martinez, and Aman are all on the Team of the Week. Let's look at the 4 matches on Saturday. A 2-2 draw, Greenville-Richmond Kickers. It was Lexington win, Charlotte Independence 0. The table toppers go down. Forward Madison 2, North Carolina 0. And it was Northern Colorado Hailstorm, that 2-1 victory over 1 Knoxville. Week 10, this is the first match of week number 10 in USL League One. Tomorrow on ESPN+. NCFC looking to bounce back against Richmond Kickers. Then Thursday, Forward Madison, Northern Colorado, and another foursome on Saturday. Greenville hosting 1 Knoxville. Richmond has Lexington. Union Omaha visits Chattanooga, and Fuego welcomes in Tormenta. More to come. Halftime, 1 Knoxville, Chattanooga. USL League One on ESPN+.
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love? Ready for more players and more teams? Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities? This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Cub Fiber halftime, 1 Knoxville on top of Chattanooga, 2-0 after 45 minutes of action. How did we get to this point? Well, let's take a glance here with our first half highlights, and the scoring started right away. Second minute, look at Waldeck right into the middle, Jake Keegan, and then Keegan puts a beautiful ball to the edge of the area. Callum Johnson able to finish off a wonderfully struck cross from James Thomas, and it was 1-0, 1 Knoxville. A glorious start after a 2-hour and 10-minute rain delay. In the 36th minute, the best opportunity for Chattanooga. Outstanding effort. Mael Molango just throwing defenders off of him. His cross goes off of the knee of Alex Tejera, but right on to Sean Lewis. A point-blank save, and then an offside as Perea tried to punch it into the back of the net. The flag had already gone up. And then just 4 minutes later, a yellow card, handball, Nico Cardona, and Jake Keegan, second time in as many matches. A handball caused penalty, and Keegan, like he did Saturday against Northern Colorado, converts with a little bit of help from Ricardo Jerez. Not able to keep that out of the back of the net. Squirts under him, and that is your difference after 45. 1 Knoxville 2, Chattanooga 0. Here are the halftime numbers. 9 Knoxville shots, 4 of them on target. A much better percentage than we've seen from this side. Shots to shots on target the entire season thus far. 5 shots and only 1 put on target for Chattanooga in the opening half. 60-40 possession for 1 Knoxville. And 2 yellows to Chattanooga, 1 for 1 Knoxville. One of those cards shown to the visiting Red Wolves, that Cardona handball. So as we approach 10:15 Eastern time, we get ready for the second half. If this would have gone off at 7 o'clock, it would have been a wrap for quite some time here at Regal Soccer Stadium. But again, we got going 9:10 Eastern time. Severe weather was in the area a good portion of the evening, and gates were supposed to open at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That didn't happen because of a line of thunderstorms that rolled through around 5:30. And the whistle from Donovan Eubank. Second half underway here in Knoxville. The hosts on top of Chattanooga 2-0 in this second edition of the Smoky Mountain Smackdown. It's USL League One Derby action here to start Week 10 in the League One season. North Carolina FC through 9 weeks is the side at the top of the table. Right behind them, Charlotte Independence. But there is a lot of football to go here in 2023 and a fascinating already USL League One season. For 1 Knoxville, goals for Callum Johnson on an assist from James Thomas in the second minute. And then Jake Keegan with the penalty conversion in the 40th, his 4th tally of this USL League One season. Chattanooga has not scored on the road this season. So they've got their work cut out for them, and some trends that aren't falling in the right direction here Now, this is only their second away match of the season. That certainly sways that number a bit. It was a 3-0 loss at North Carolina back on the 21st of April. Chattanooga not scoring in the opening 45. A trend with a lot bigger sample size. Still has yet to score in the first half of a match this season. Chattanooga, their 5 goals have all come in 2 matches. 2 of them at home against Knoxville April 8th. 3 of them just 2 weeks ago at home against Lexington. But again, not a single tally for Chattanooga. And that will continue tonight in the opening half of action. And one Knoxville in match number 8 of the year still has not conceded a first half goal. One Knoxville has been very competitive despite the 2-3-2 record, as that's bounced on to Lewis and he handles it without much of a problem. They've been very competitive, but the lack of goal scoring has cost them late in matches as legs start to get heavy and the opponent finds ways to hit the back of the net. But tonight, a rare opportunity to be able to enjoy a multiple goal lead. That hasn't happened this season for one Knoxville. This is its largest lead of the year. And an opportunity to be able to nurse a lead for an entire half. Left-footed shot blocked down. Marsh decided to give it a go. And it's cleared out. I must say, for a Tuesday night match that didn't start until after 9 o'clock Eastern time, really strong contingent of fans not only showed up but stuck around and have stayed through the halftime here at Regal Soccer Stadium. That is impressive to see. Because, man, there were some real rough weather moments. High winds, blanketing rain, lots of lightning. There was a severe thunderstorm warning. And then a deluge that had standing water on this field, but it drained expertly. And there has not been any slipping or sliding or any adverse effects for these players because of the rain. What an outstanding example of field construction here at this women's soccer facility at the University of Tennessee. You would never know. And we were poured on with a torrential line of thunderstorms. USL on ESPN continues as the summer heats up. Memphis 901 FC and Aaron Malloy head to the Valley of the Sun, face Manuel Ortega and Phoenix Rising FC. Phoenix Rising FC, Memphis 901 FC, Saturday, July 1st, 11 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. It's the USL on ESPN. Speaking of the USL, exciting news today. The USL Super League unveiled. As this country gets another home for some of the finest women's soccer players in the world. Play is set to begin next year, 2024. Charlotte, Dallas, Fort Worth, Lexington, Phoenix, Spokane, Tampa Bay, Tucson, Washington, D.C. all plan to be a part of the inaugural year. And then eventually, pending stadium situations, it'll be Chattanooga, the Lady Red Wolves, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Madison, and Oakland in the mix. Super, super exciting stuff. The USL Super League on the horizon. This is headed on to Sean Lewis, and he cradles it into his forearms. Looks like we're going to see an early substitution here for Chattanooga to try and breathe some sort of life, deliver some sort of an infusion into this attack. As Rapapa Mensah is getting loose along the touchline. Mensah, part of that 3-goal second half explosion in the comeback against Lexington 2 weeks ago, appears to be coming on. Is there a third? Oh my, Hedges was able to handle that hard shot right at his body as one Knoxville nearly went up 3-0. Was doing everything right tonight. They have outclassed this Chattanooga side. Kelly forces the turnover. One Knoxville has been in control. It has been a very measured effort tonight, very consistent effort for Mark McKeever's side. He's talked about for several weeks now, we think a breakthrough's coming. We believe it's coming. Well, tonight could be the breakthrough. Malungo earns his team a corner. Mael Malungo has been the best player on the pitch tonight for Chattanooga. Here he is. Moments ago, this save from Hedges. Keegan was able to get a good right foot on it, but right at the goalkeeper. Here is Rapapa. Rapapa Mensah comes on for Jackson Brady. Mensah, who signed with his Chattanooga side back January 27th. And he's going to try and provide Ziggy Korytowski with a goal-scoring option. We had a collision in the box, and Jalen Chrysler is grabbing at his head. A pair of fives running into one another. Mikael Williams. And Williams with a right arm. That's what Chrysler reacted to and went to the ground in response to. Williams trying to plead his case, saying, come on, that wasn't that bad. He is called for the foul. Lewis, the goalkeeper, former Indy 11 man for one Knoxville, sends it back into play. Here's Waldeck onto the ball. Waldeck, back post. Couldn't quite pick out Callum Johnson, who was looking for a second. Just a bit out of his reach. You see Villalobos onto Waldeck. One touch. Just a bit too hot on that. Can't watch the match? Well, make it SiriusXM. Turn on SiriusXM FC 157, North America's only 24/7 source for engaging soccer talk, including USL All Access Tuesday night, 7 Eastern, plus your live matches from the USL, MLS, English Premier League, and more, all on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SXM app. That's SiriusXM. the edge of the area. This is sprayed to the outside. Chattanooga looking to formulate some sort of attack. Delivered into the box. And it will bounce out of play. Good marking there from one Knoxville. Looked like there was something formulating for Chattanooga, but it was not to be. Injuries have definitely affected the process for Chattanooga. The latest, a bit of an knock to Manuel Madrid. Very dependable part of the back line, former member of Phoenix Rising. There's a late scratch tonight for Ziggy Koratowski. This Chattanooga side looks to just tread water until they can get healthy. Now Nico Cardona is down for Chattanooga. On the other side, that's Danny Fernandez with his left thigh in his grasp. But for Chattanooga, Christian Enriquez has battled an ankle injury for the last month. He is the key component to this attack, and Chattanooga has just not been able to have his services at their disposal. Richard Renneria. It has been an extremely hair-pulling, frustrating process to get his visa in so that he can start featuring for Chattanooga. That's been an ongoing saga. And then you've got Paez and Pioli, a foot and ankle injury, respectively. So Chattanooga has not been at full strength at all in 2023. I think we've seen the end of Danny Fernandez, who continues to receive treatment on the pitch. Gabriel Claudio has torn off the warm-ups. And the ex-Union Omaha weapon looks like he's about to come on for Fernandez, and one Knoxville will officially make its first substitution of the night. Claudio is making his way to the touchline. You see him on the bottom of your screen. And we're going to have an additional substitution for one Knoxville as well. Andreasen is on for Callum Johnson, the goal scorer. He'll get a nice ovation coming off. For Seba Andreasen, for Callum Johnson, Gabriel Claudio takes out Danny Fernandez. So Mark McKeever makes two changes here, and we are at the hour mark in Knoxville, Regal Soccer Stadium. Tuesday night, USL League One after dark. It started 2 hours, 10 minutes late, but we have had fireworks. One Knoxville wasting no time, second minute goal, Callum Johnson. Jake Keegan would add a penalty in the 40th minute. And it's 2-0. Ken Levicka with you on ESPN+. Chattanooga looking for something, and that something is headed across the end line for a goal kick. So each team has gone to the bench now. One Knoxville, two substitutions in one shot. Andreasen and Claudio are on, while Rapapamensa is Ziggy Koratowski's lone substitution to this point for Chattanooga Red Wolves. There's Sean Lewis. When Knoxville still pressing, still trying to put pressure on. I went off of Waldeck. He's bodied off the ball, but still battling. Look at the swarmy nature of one Knoxville. But Kelly has it fought away. And so coming to recover, outstanding support, Yassine Vanderploem. One Knoxville has communicated extremely well. They've been very connected here tonight. And trainers are coming back on. We have an injured one Knoxville player. Cardona with a bit of a limp as he clutches at his left hip. Physicality of the match beginning to take its toll. There you see the new substitution. Andreasen took contact to the back of his head. And he's going to have to walk off just a few minutes after being subbed on. You can see he's telling the trainer, I took an elbow back there. Ball is put back into play. Chattanooga headed back home on Saturday when Union Omaha comes calling at CHI Memorial Stadium. Chattanooga, the runners-up in USL League One last season, falling in the final to South Georgia Tormenta. Jimmy Weekly, who is Ziggy Koratowski's assistant, was the interim head man. Helping Chattanooga to a strong last 6 weeks of the season, and then a magical run through the playoffs to get to the final. Weekly, an outstanding job in place of Jimmy Obleda, who had taken a leave of absence from the team while being investigated for misconduct. Espinoza and Kraft are about to come on for Chattanooga. Ernesto Espinoza, Riley Kraft making their way on for Ziggy Koratowski. Siobhan Marsh will head to the bench. Riley Kraft replaces him, the native of Roseville, California. And Walefi gives way to Mo Espinoza. Mensah really battling for that ball, and he forces a concession to an attacking third throw-in. Good movement in space. Here's Villalobos facing his former team tonight. He's dispossessed, and Kelly back on the ball. Able to punch it forward on the left foot, deflected. It fell to Andreasen, but he couldn't get a lot on it. And then Kelly is flying in and getting physical. And Kelly is going to be shown a card. Second yellow tonight.
Yellow card issued to one Knoxville, number
for the most carded team per match in USL League One, one Knoxville. You saw Kelly blasting into the back of Mo Espinoza, getting a rude welcome to this match. Angelo Kelly played in the USL Championship with Pittsburgh Riverhounds, a native of Honduras. Espinoza is shut down. Is he going to the pocket? If so, Kelly will be sent off, and Donovan Eubank is going to give Kelly one more chance as a number of Chattanooga Red Wolves try and do their best lawyering impression and have Kelly's night ended. Look at Kelly, let's see. And Kelly's probably a lucky man right now. Donovan Eubank being very charitable, keeping Angelo Kelly on the pitch. And you wonder if that's going to force Mark McKeever's hand. The last thing you want up 2-0 when you've had a great evening is to go down a man. Espinoza didn't really get much air under that, and it's easily handled. And another Angelo Kelly foul. Or no, that's not Kelly, that's Claudio. Same color hair out there on the pitch. Now, Chattanooga's starting to show a little life in possession as we close in on the 69th minute. That set piece comes up empty. Villalobos battling. It's won back by Chattanooga. But once again, outstanding hustle from one Knoxville to thwart any sort of impending danger that Chattanooga's attempted to throw at the host side. Andreasen on to Keegan. Keegan has Waldeck in support. Here is Waldeck. Step over once, twice. Now a back heel back on to Keegan. That's just good football. Valuable time ticking away for the visitors from Chattanooga in this Smoky Mountain Smackdown Part 2. The newest derby in the USL League One slate. Into the middle, Villalobos. Looks to distribute, does. Waldeck, who can he pick out? Waldeck floats it back post over everybody. Kelly on the chase, and he wins it back. Now Thomas goes to work. Kelly. Low dangerous cross. Andreasen couldn't slide in and make contact. Oh, but you saw that starting to develop. And a desperate Andreasen when sliding across the pitch, but couldn't find the back end of that. Tejera battling underneath, and he earns his team a corner. Here you see the feed from Kelly. There was a lot of opportunity on this low cross as it went skipping across the turf. Dangerous, well struck. Seba Andreasen just could not find the touch to make it 3. Chattanooga looking to cut this advantage in half. Espinoza. Left-footed delivery up and over the crossbar. Rapapa Mensah rising up, but just a bit off balance. He was still coming up on his leap. If he's a split second sooner going airborne, good chance it is 2-1. There you see Mensah. Speaking with Ziggy Korytowski earlier this week, says Mensah seemed like a great fit. He just does well vertically. He's active on both sides on the attack and a very willing defender. When needed, gives maximum effort, as was put on full display against Lexington in the 3-1 victory, where he blocked a pass in the midfield and then tracked the ball all the way back to the keeper, who under pressure, under duress, put it right back on the feet of Mensa, who finished it and put an exclamation point on a home victory. Getting fit has been a process here for Mensa. Not fully fit, did put in a full 90 in the 2-0 loss to Tormenta last time out. And came on as a substitute tonight. But Mensa is quite a talent. Before all is said and done, it's going to be a major asset here for Chattanooga. He scored Nashville SC's first franchise goal back in the USL Championship in a friendly against Atlanta United, pre-MLS days for Nashville. He's been with Pittsburgh Riverhounds and Sporting Kansas City too. This is a tough call against Malongo. Asking, why me? He was claiming that Gabriel Claudio, for one, Knoxville had thrown his body into Malongo, but Malongo's called for the foul. One, Knoxville appears to be in complete control, but that can change. All it takes is one strike. And Espinoza's attempt at playing a ball through is delivered back into the midfield.
Exiting the field for Chattanooga.
Two substitutions here. Pedro Hernandez.
Number 14, Pedro Hernandez. Also exiting number 15, Walter Varela. Entering number 3.
Varela is going to exit. Johnny Guadarrama will take him off. And we mentioned Pedro Hernandez. As he has made his way onto the pitch. So Maya Malongo comes off, Walter Varela comes off, Pedro Hernandez, Johnny Guadarrama now on for Chattanooga. We mentioned earlier the amount of rain, the downpour, the deluge that affected this pitch. There was water standing on this pitch for a decent amount of time just because of the consistent rainfall. It was coming in buckets. And that's a big reason why we're delayed over 2 hours, but boy, did it drain well. The grounds crew came out and went to work making sure the drainage system was working. Some brief impromptu aeration of the field to help the water soak in. I mean, just incredibly impressive, this venue, the way that it drains water off the pitch. Here's the cross. It's headed high up into the air. No harm done for one Knoxville as Derek Waldeck was able to head it out of trouble. depending on the venue over the years, USL League One has had some extremely interesting wet conditions with downpours. We'll put it that way. Oh, that's nice by Rapapa, and he put it off the crossbar. Oh, Rapapa Mensah, nearly in glorious fashion, dragged Chattanooga back into this match. Look at this turn. Back heel turn. Had Lewis beaten, but it blasts off the woodwork. Short corner. Off the near post, right back on Espinoza. That's deflected up into the air. Swing and a miss. Kept back in play. Espinoza tracks it down. Put it off the side of a one Knoxville defender. And now it's back into the midfield. But Chattanooga look all of a sudden pressing and pressuring and asking questions. It's a strong tackle by Vanderploem, but then a push in the back. Felipe Laborio is called for the foul. I do recall back in 2021, that's when Toronto 2 was still in USL League One, and because of the COVID restrictions in Canada, had to play the first portion of the year home matches, splitting time between Arizona and then Central Florida. So that bounces to Haddens, and he handles it. But there were some epic summer rainstorms, as there tends to be in Central Florida. I remember a match in particular, Toronto 2 and Tormenta, where there were pockets of ankle-deep water in places on that pitch in Central Florida. It was quite an exercise in fortitude for those two sides. Here's Kelly, that shot's blocked away, and it'll be headed back onto the keeper. Soleimani's getting loose for one Knoxville. As Mark McKeever looks to put the finishing tactical touches on what points to an emphatic 3 points in the table, a home victory, though there is 10 minutes left, and there's a clunky foul against one Knoxville. And Vanderploem, who's shown yellow. Third yellow of the night, and all remain on the pitch. Well, I have to think that probably changes with Soleimani about to enter. Vanderploem, Kelly, Chrysler, all on a card now.
Exiting the field for Knoxville, number 7, Jake Keegan. Entering your number 9.
Oh no, Soleimani is going to take Keegan off. So all 3 yellows remain on for one Knoxville. And Ahinga Soleimani, the Canadian, will take the team's leading goal scorer off, Jake Keegan, who collected goal number 4 tonight via penalty. Second straight match he's done that. Scored and done it from the spot. And he comes off after a job well done. Callum Johnson's second-minute goal, and then Keegan with the goal. Oh, that was bouncing loose in front. Lewis is furious, thinking he was fouled. Can't understand how play was allowed to continue. That rolled out of play. And the referee is going to call this ball back. And you've got Angelo Kelly on the ground in a heap. Here's Lewis, goes up high, and seemed pretty cut and dry that probably should have been a foul called on Alex Tejera, and that is exactly what Lewis was saying. He made contact with me. How was that not whistled dead? Instead, it bounced around, and Chattanooga pursued. In fact, rolling around the mouth of goal. Kelly is up and functioning. As we are closing in on 11 o'clock Eastern time. A match that started 2 hours and 10 minutes late due to inclement weather, severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the area. A long ball forward, the chase is on. Andreasen is cut off, still battling for the ball. It's going to be a goal kick, well defended by Mikal Williams. If you need support, the USL is committed to caring for the mental health of our players, fans, and communities. The Need Support campaign includes a partnership with the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, a free confidential support line for anyone having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health crisis. Need support? Call or text 988. Need support. One Knoxville certainly appears as if it has a clear path carved out to a win. They have been the better side through vast portions of this match tonight. The scoreline is more than deserved at 2-0. But we just had a dangerous, dangerous play along the touchline. And now some pushing and shoving, extracurriculars, a card's already been pulled out. An injured one Knoxville player. Clutching at his ankle. Actually, it looks like this might be a wrist injury. There is a lot of concern being shown. Here comes the trainer. We'll see exactly what took place here. See the battle for the ball. Oh yeah, it's the right wrist. That's James Thomas, who went down really, really hard on his right wrist. Mo Espinoza was called for the foul. He's shown yellow, then the pushing and shoving. And they have got to get these players away from James Thomas. I don't understand why a concerted effort hasn't been made to remove players that are still yelling at one another. And there's still the potential of physical contact. And finally, the referee, Donovan Eubank, is going to try and escort the players away from the injured James Thomas. This is taking too long for that to have happened. And Mo Espinoza, you've at some point just have some sense. You can continue the conversations and the chatter back and forth away from the injured player who's receiving treatment for a right wrist injury, it appears. But there's just no need to be lingering around the player. Yeah, and that right wrist is limp right now. A dejected James Thomas comes off. Again, it was Mo Espinoza called for the yellow, shown the yellow. 16, I'm sorry, not Espinoza. So James Thomas has been shown a yellow. Actually, Mo Espinoza not shown yellow. James Thomas shown a yellow. The one who's injured is shown the card, and he's going to come off. That looks like what appears to be a fairly significant wrist injury.
Entering the field for one Knoxville, number 30, Jan-Erik Leinhos.
So Jan-Erik Leinhos replaces the injured James Thomas. Chattanooga looks for a late one here. It looked like it rolled out of play. And there is the whistle. Trying to sort out that yellow shown to James Thomas. We had 2 minutes of extra time at the end of the first half. I have to imagine it's going to be more than that here as we approach the 90th minute. Espinoza delivers this into the edge of the area. This is going to bounce right on to Sean Lewis, and he heads straight to the turf. Sure hands there for the veteran Sean Lewis. Soleimani was called for that foul. Looks like we're going to have, as expected, a pretty voluminous amount of stoppage time here, eyeing 6 minutes. 6 minutes here of added time, so time for Chattanooga. This is going to be deflected away by Lewis. That was almost the goal. Riley Kraft for Chattanooga denied, though, a sprawling Lewis with the save. That came out of absolutely nothing. But if that's any indication of how these 6 minutes of added time are going to be, one Knoxville hasn't seen anything through yet. That deflected off of the legs of Rapapa and then somehow fell to Riley Kraft, who powered it on goal, and Lewis had to make a huge save. Knoxville trying to eat up as much clock as possible here. This was the score line at halftime, and Knoxville's done more than enough to see it through to this point in the 92nd minute. Just need to tidy up some loose ends. Espinoza on the move, onto his left foot. And that ends unceremoniously. That was a microcosm of the night for Chattanooga. Cardona was offside, and so wasn't going to be able to play that ball. Some of these Knoxville fans who came out here tonight to Regal Soccer Stadium were met by heavy traffic here on Tennessee's campus. And the reason is that at nearby Thompson Bowling Arena, that is the basketball arena here at the University of Tennessee, men's and women's basketball, a Stevie Nicks concert tonight. So as you can imagine, heavy traffic, sellout crowd. Multiple events here tonight at the University of Tennessee. This is headed into the area and blasted out of play by a Chattanooga side desperately needing to race up the pitch. It has been one of those nights. Knoxville has been the better side. They've been the aggressor. They've been rewarded. That's pretty much the last 90 minutes and change in a nutshell. They were not affected in a negative manner by the 2-hour delay in any way, shape, or form. Curious to see Ziggy Koratowski's comments after the match about his side and how they came out after the 2-hour and 10-minute delay. This was not the same level of intensity and precision that Knoxville brought. Espinoza took a hit from Soleimani, and Soleimani's into the book. That is 5 yellows tonight for Knoxville. Again, came in most bookings of any team in USL League One per match. And Knoxville is doing nothing to lose that yellow card crown here tonight. By the way, if you're scoring at home, Angelo Kelly picked up his 5th yellow tonight. That is the top mark in USL League One. All by his lonesome. Bicycle kick right at Lewis. In the closing seconds, and it all appears to be a foregone conclusion. Knoxville, a very deserved 3 points in the table. Soleimani, can he make it 3? Crosses to nobody in particular. This is sent skyward, last gasp here for Chattanooga. Papa Mensah into the middle for Espinoza. on the turn. It can't find its way through, and there's the final whistle. A very complete, a thorough effort tonight from One Knoxville. Got off to a lightning quick start after a 2-hour lightning and rain delay. Callum Johnson, second-minute goal, that set the tone. Convincing for Mark McKeever's side. 1 Knoxville 2, Chattanooga Red Wolves 0. We will start the post-game show after this. It got late tonight in Tennessee. 1 Knoxville the winner. A 2-0 victory over their Smoky Mountain Smackdown rivals. And we'll have post-game after this. It's USL League One on ESPN+.
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
Are you ready? Ready for more of the game you love? Ready for more players and more teams? Ready for more stadiums, for more fans in more cities? This is a different league. The USL Super League. Built for the future of women's soccer. Bridging the journey from youth to pro, connected to the global game, and bringing it all closer to home. Are you ready?
We return to Regal Soccer Stadium. The hosts, 1 Knoxville. A 2-0 victory over Chattanooga. And 1 Knoxville celebrating with the smattering of fans that have still stuck around these rainy conditions tonight. A match that ended after 11 o'clock Eastern time. Let's go to our full 90 highlights. Second minute, right out of the gates. The buildup from 1 Knoxville, superb. Keegan able to put it right on to James Thomas. Callum Johnson completely unmarked. Ricardo Hedda is wondering, where is my defense? Pretty appropriate question. Johnson able to plant it, and it was 1-0 just 2 minutes in. In the 38th minute, more build up for 1 Knoxville. Keegan turns and he blasts the ball right off of the extended right arm of Nico Cardona. The referee says handball and yellow, points to the spot. Keegan, when you're going good, you're going good. 4th goal of the season. It somehow found its way under Jerez, and Keegan, his 2nd goal in as many matches, and they both come via the spot. Full-time stats brought to you by CGI. 13 shots, 5 on target for 1 Knoxville, 2 in the back of the net. 3 shots on target for Chattanooga on 11 shots, 55-45 possession. 1 Knoxville has led that category every single match this season. 5 1 Knoxville Yellows, 3 for Chattanooga Red Wolves. So we got off to a late start tonight, but 1 Knoxville brought the action. A 2nd-minute goal from Callum Johnson. Jake Keegan adding damage as well, and 1 Knoxville wins the 2nd edition of the Smoky Mountain Smackdown for Brady Kajawa and his entire production staff tonight. Outstanding work. I'm Ken Levicka. 1 Knoxville beats Chattanooga 2-0. This has been USL League One on ESPN+. Good night, everybody.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League League One cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the expressed written consent of the United Soccer League League One.